What's up? What's up? Hey, y'all. Hey. How's everybody doing? I tell you, Lisa, it's going down. You hear me? It is going down. I tell you, there's so much stuff happening out here to people. Man, I can't even begin to even get started out here. It's just so much stuff going on that a lot of people are, taking a hit. And a lot of people's lives are being, turned upside down. You know what I mean? And we're at these times that this is going to be the new, because there's no such thing as normal. So I just say this is what's going to be the new for quite a while. And we got to do better than this as people, because I look at what's going on out here, with the government and things of that, and there's things that we can't control, but the things that we can control, we need to really do something about it, because it's getting real scarce out here. What's happening, Sunshine Orchard? How you doing? I thank you guys so much for stopping in. I realize YouTube is not giving me what I needed to give. You know what I mean? There's a lot of time wasted to a certain extent. You know what I mean? With folks that are not really in it with you properly. You know what I mean? This is like folks of all age groups, it's cliques and games and shadiness and a bunch of foolishness. That's why I stopped the way I roll on here. That's why you see my lives are a lot different than how they used to be. Like with the majority, it was more people, and I don't need a lot of people. I just don't want the drama. You know what I mean? So I had to shut it down quite a bit. I'm not worried about how many people come. I just don't want to be hanging out with a lot of folks that's here for negative reasons. You know what I mean? And a waste of time. But I really had to from when I met you and before I had to step away from about maybe a good two coming up now 300 people, so that changed the game over here. And I'm not out here bounty hunting for supporters. I'm just here chilling doing my thing. And I just you get tired of the wrong kind of folks popping in with nonsense and foolishness. But anywho, let's think about things that we can do stuff about. You know what I mean? Things that can help make changes for folks that need help, because there are so many people that I know right now that were going to retire and need to retire, and now they're like a deer in headlights. You get what I'm saying? And even with me, due to a lot of medical issues and not even reaching the right requirement age wise to do so myself, it's a thorn in the side, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because of a lot of medical stuff. And see, a lot of people don't understand that. Let me see what she's saying. Honestly, Rruk folks are so desperate on this platform. Just for views, they will do it. Yes, this is bad. This is Lisa, and I promise you, I know that I'm a big girl. I know you are too, and I don't let anything take me down because life is too important, and I got a lot of things that I do. But I tell you, it does, become, a bit of agitation when you are wasting. I feel like you're wasting your time when you have to deal with people that's coming sliding and shady. That's the reason why, if you notice, I only have a few people, and the reason why is, like I said, I probably had to, get about a good 300 people that I was dealing with straight so that they would leave me alone completely. But with the other side of it is, like I said, there's two sides to a coin. The people that I do support are not coming through properly for us just to hang out. You know what I mean? There, it's a lot of games being played. So what I decided to do was take my sweet time and just be honest with people, even if I have to, you know, catch them out on the side when they're not surrounded by so many other folks, and not trying to embarrass or hurt anybody's feelings or anything, but just keep it real. If you got to shoot out a little email to somebody that you know that knows better, and let them know, listen, this ain't cool. You know what I mean? I don't know what kind of games you playing, but I'm not on here to be used. I come with love in my heart, happiness, and ready to give everybody a big hug. But I see that folks are not what they pretend to be. Folks come on here and they think that they can do you any kind of way, and you're going to sit and smile through it. You know what I mean? Shit, folks wonder why are so guarded, but you got to be. Yes, ma'am. You have to be. You have to be. What's just going on here? It's hard to keep up. It is, and that's the thing too. I promise you, Lisa. I had a situation where there's a person that I could help out in a small way, but I don't have to because they got their own means. But I just don't want to get caught up because I've seen many sides to this person, and I don't want to take the chance of getting involved to where it's going to cause a further problem by me trying to do something kind. So I decide to step back from it because stuff like this can become a big problem in the long run, if you know what I mean. And I don't want to rub nobody the wrong way, but sometimes when you have a certain connection with people and that's what it is, sometimes you know to say, I'll just say for example, you may be friends with somebody to a certain extent because it's based on business, and you see that they're all right, but you see that they do a little bit of shadiness, or a lot of shadiness of things that you don't normally do. Why go any further into connecting with them when you know that there's a chance that shady side may hit you, and most likely it will, and then that's going to start a bigger problem. So I decide to chill back. I can't do it. Let's see, so you step into both sides comes out. Yeah, you know what I mean? So I just decided that it'd be best for me. And then there's a person I didn't want them to get, or people caught up in the middle of me trying to, help a little bit without getting too cool where this person starts running some of their games that they play on me, and then it starts a bunch of problems. See, people don't understand that every, storm is not in the forecast. And sometimes you got to leave it alone. I mean, it could be something as simple as, I'll just say, for example, I like to put together care packages for my neighbors. I don't expect them to, give me anything back. That's not the purpose that I'm doing it for. I'm not doing it for them to praise me or to think that I'm trying to be somebody bigger than them. I don't do it for that reason. But I don't want to start, oh, come on over to the cookout, because I've seen how you do when you have cookouts. You're different than you are when I see you leaving for work. You have a couple of glasses of wine. I've seen how you can get a little naughty. I don't want to meet that side of you because I don't know you like that, and I don't want no kind of problems behind somebody saying, "Oh, well, I was a little lifted and I got a little out of hand." I've heard you lifted several times, and I don't want to get into that with you because I know you differently, and I would rather just leave it the way it is, which is, "Hey, how you doing? Yeah, happy holidays. Oh, yeah, yeah, all right, yeah, okay," and that's it. I I want to, leave it there because I feel that it could be a strain on the membrane if you push it further than what it is. When you got something that's working, especially when it comes to people, because people can be very fickle and very indecisive. And you mess around and meet that other side of them, you're going to open up something that you don't have to open, because the type of offering that I'm off, that I was going to offer, it's not that the person needs me to do it, because they have other means, but I was going to do it just to be kind. You know what I mean? Because I care and I'm that type of person. But I know that if I try to step into it further, it could cause some problems down the line, because I've seen, how you got people that you deal with that's all right, but you've seen another side of them that you don't want to tangle with. It's that type of situation like that. I know it may sound kind of weird, but I know you understand where I'm coming from. I just don't want to, what I mean, get caught up in nothing. Like if we're cordial, we're cordial. But if I get too personal, I can see how you deal with people when they get personal with you, and I don't want to get caught up like that. So, and I didn't want other people to get caught up in there and feeling uncomfortable if something gets set off inappropriately just by me trying to be kind, because what I'm like I said, what I was going to offer is not necessarily needed because this person has their own means of doing things anyway. But I just said, well, maybe I'll extend, the olive branch in that area to help. But I noticed that the closer you get to certain people, they get a little comfortable in an inappropriate way sometimes, and they do naughty stuff. And I don't want to get caught up like that. So I decide, what I mean, just leave it, because sometimes you don't realize that you're good where you're at, and you push it any further, it's going to be a problem. And there is a lot of stuff that's happening out here in the world that we have no control over, but we do have a lot of control over how we treat people and how we make them feel and how to stay in our own lane. You get what I mean? A lot of these things are simple things. Hey, how you doing? Yes, have a great day. Hold the door open for somebody, but watch how you get down out here, because like I said, the government is having a ball with people's lives, and it's affecting them in a lot of profound ways, unfortunately. So if we can just help out by just being nice, decent people, and a smile here and there, or how you doing, I like your shoes, I like your hair, just to to stick together a little bit in these times, because the way this thing is rolling, it's like we're trying to, go into the deep depression again unnecessarily by a lot of folks that don't know what it's like to be, middle class working people. Everybody is not born with a silver spoon in their mouth. Everybody is not meant to be rich, famous, singer, actor, king, queen. We all play a role in this entire world. So, folks that not necessarily, I won't even say that they don't know what it's like to be in your shoes. They don't care what it's like to be in your shoes. You understand what I mean? You would hate to get out here and work like a dog the majority of your life. These days, it ended up being where you can't even retire properly because your funds are not there. Those things are very important to people that rely on that. But if you have somebody that's wealthy, they don't have to worry whether they care or not, because they know that it's going to be devastating. See, you people be saying, "Oh, well, you can't walk a mile in my shoes." Oh, well, they don't know what it's like to be middle class or to be poor. They don't care. It's not about them knowing, because it's obvious when they do these things, they know that it's going to affect you, but you would never have to worry about if you get sick. You would never have to worry about unemployment. You would never have to worry about, being in the financial ruins. You understand what I'm saying? Because where you're going, you don't, those things don't apply to you. So why make decisions for people that need these things and mess their lives up? You get where I'm coming from? It doesn't make sense. But see, this is where we're at now. We're playing pity pat. You know what I mean? And people are destroying situations to hurt and mess up other people's lives. Meaning, if you're not able to be a millionaire or trillionaire, hey, if it falls apart for you, hey, I don't care, because all of the tools that's out here to help you, I'm removing them. Now what? You get what I'm saying? It's sad. So because I see that a lot of people lives are affected even as we speak, because there's some people that I know, like I said, that were retiring, you know, for 2025, rightfully ready to retire because they've reached the age, and it's time now. It's got pushed further, and a lot of them don't have a leg to stand on because they're not doing good, and they're washed up because they have been working their whole lives, and it was their retirement age, and now it's moved up. You understand what I'm saying? And then there's a lot of people that fall on medical issues. You may be working a good job and doing good, and all of a sudden you end up getting sick and you're not able to work. They don't want nothing available to help you when your state, country, city, wherever you live, has those things in place for those situations, and they're being removed. What is the problem with helping? Hey, Lucy, how you doing? Thank you for coming. Hey, Lucy. Hey, girl. Hey. This is where we at. And it's not a game or a option to shut that down like that. It's not fair. And there's nothing you can do. And I think that right now, when it comes to this government stuff, they need to really stop having these different sides. They need to have one person in office that's going to represent the R or the D. You get what I'm saying? They need to represent both sides so that they can make peace instead of war in between that. Let me see if I can tell you. A lot of our snowbirds have already fallen, rather. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that too, Lisa. I know how that is. Yeah, this is why I said, Lisa, this is and the reason why I speak like this is because I got, quite a few people that I know that, this thing is really actually not even just raining on their parade, but washing it out completely. You got to look at where you're at financially. And I think a lot of people don't understand that, because I can see that a lot of people will make a comment like they'll say, well, you know what? I'm making 350,000 a year myself, and then my husband also has a construction business. We got a couple of houses. We got a couple of cars. We're good. We're in there. So this is how I'm going to, pick who I think should run things. But you made that decision, and you got to remember, this person is making decisions for people that are millionaires and not and trillionaires. And if you don't fall in that category, you're going to be affected by this profoundly. And I think people don't seem to pay attention to that because they think they're doing so better than the next person that may be on low income or rely on some type of food stamps or whatever their business is, you know? Kind of sorry, kind of not our economy, but boy, it makes for a lot of congestion. Yes, it does. That congestion, honey, that's the see how you get the, two sides of a coin, Lisa. I know exactly what you mean by that. You got to give or take a little bit on both sides, and then you got to weigh out what seems to be worse than, it's this whole thing here is kind of hard. Just like with us as human beings, you think about what's happening here. You may take medication to let me see what she says. Don't appointment haircut, early dinner reservation. So after Easter, and yes, yes, ma'am. And even with these holidays, they're toiled into a bunch of mess. People are not even celebrating the holidays. And like you said, just a simple haircut. They're not doing it for the right reasons, and it's like drama behind it. Just worn out. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. You can't even get anything going here because we're too congested out here with everything. Everything is getting to be like, some problems here. Even I noticed that a lot of people that do, the prepping, they got you out here, the folks that believe in that deeply, which they should, overdoing it though. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm not judging nobody's house or income, how they do what they do, but I'm just saying I'm not going to get my mind too crazed up over worrying down to where I can't even enjoy myself because I'm worried about everything falling apart. And soon as, like the world, the government or whatever you may want to call it, gets wind of some cuts and things, they start kind of some of these situations are helpful and then a lot of them will cause a lot of worry. Do you know how many people that are not doing well right now are terrified because they're living by themselves, they're handicapped mentally, physically, both, and they're trying to figure out, well, I don't have enough money to prep up any extra food. I live paycheck to paycheck. I'm on a set income, on a fixed income. What do I do? Because on these the TV, when you watch TV and even talk with people in public, they scare the mess out of you. And that is not the way if you believe in hope and stuff like that. Because a lot of people get upset when you talk religion, but I am a faithful believer. No, I'm not saved and sanctified all the way like that, the way I should be, but I'm all right. And I feel like I have a good relationship with God. But I feel like a lot of folks here, even if you don't believe in God, you have hope for things to be good in your life. You have hope that your mom's okay, your husband, your kids, your brother, your sister. Hope. We'll just use that word. Hope that things are okay in their life. And you can tell when things are changing, it affects everybody. If you're not filthy rich, as they say, like I said, millionaires, trillionaires, billionaires, you don't have a leg to stand on if this stuff ends up stepping right in front of your door. See, people are not paying attention to that. That's why I said when it comes to voting and anything of that or any kind of say of what goes on in your city, town, state, if you live in the island, however things go there, if you live in Canada, how everything runs there, you have to stay proactive to look out for yourself because nobody else is going to do it for you. You can't hardly, like you said, hardly make reservations. There's some stuff that, we were going to get together, for Easter, and we're going to have to get it done like now, because it's going to be chaos. She says it's a little scary now. Young folks. And yes, it is. Yes, it is scary, Lisa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a lot going on, and you got and see this is another thing that I noticed that people don't pay attention to. You have a lot of young people, your descendants, family member, and just young folks in the world to where you mess up things and down the line it affects them. You know what I mean? So you have to be care. We have to be careful in this world of what we set up now for the ones that's coming in the future to make sure that we have some kind of, path for them to be okay. It's like when and no disrespect to anybody, but a lot of us have family members that are not well, whether it be, autism, Down syndrome, mental health, physical health. What's going to happen to them if you are affected and you're the one that's their caregiver because they can't fend for themselves? And anything that you have in place could affect them because you're getting affected at your job or at some of these cuts that's out here. It's not going about, they're not doing it the right way. It's like stuff is just being set up to hurt people, and the folks that are doing it know nothing about that life because they never have to experience it. It's not fair. The only thing that I can say, because I know there's a lot of people that's supporting who they want, and I'm not going to say if I voted or not. I leave it like that because people get too caught up in their feelings, and then it ends up being something chaotic, just discussing it because people are not mature enough to have a good conversation without taking offense to it. You know what I mean? But I tell you this here that we got going on is it's not proper. And a lot of people that pick certain folks and certain things are now they're being affected by it. Now they're upset that they did it. And it's crazy they believe in, which is yes, they do, but not God. They figure if they can't see it, it doesn't exist. Well, you know what? And that is so true. And that's how you can tell that they're just out here living just to be living. Excuse me, because you got to think about it for what it's worth. That's not believing in anything good just because you don't see it. What about your hope? Just think about a person if they don't believe in God. Well, what about your hope? What about your hope that, oh, I hope my, family's okay. I hope my mother gets better, my aunt. I hope that my nephew graduates from college or school. You got to have some hope that falls in the category of believing in something good. It's going to happen to you. But when you have people that are toiled all out into hate and dysfunction, like you said, the warlocks and the witches and the carrying on with the foolishness, you can you got to believe in things that they're going to be, because just because, like you said, a lot of folks don't believe in God because they feel that they can't see him. But do you believe that you're going to pass that next exam? Do you believe if you go to work you'll be able to get you a car? Do you believe that you can go in the store and buy yourself a new pair of shoes? You don't know. You may go in the store and the price may not be right for you. You see and know that though, don't you? This is what I'm saying. It's just the simple things that people overlook because they feel that it doesn't apply to them or it's not giving them what it needs to give. So they're turning their backs on it completely and it don't make no sense. That's right. You can't see karma either, but they still believe in it. Yes. And I have so many people, and I'm not telling people because see, folks get turned up when you talk about religion and God and stuff like that. But a lot of people say, well, I'm atheist. I don't believe. But you sneeze and then they'll say, God bless you. You get what I'm saying? Or you say, all right, I'll see you later. Then they'll say, yeah, have a blessed day. But you just said you was atheist. So those terminologies are usually pertain to your relationship with God. So why would you say that if you don't believe? Because they don't even know what they believe. They're just going with a script or just a way of trying to have unnecessary control in something that's natural, that's free, and it doesn't hurt to have an understanding with it. Because I can't think anybody, reading the Bible, anybody that reads the Bible can basically see that the Bible consists of a lot of good stuff in there, whether you want to believe in the Holy Spirit, whether you're the type to go to church or you're spiritual but you don't go to church, whatever it may be, we all live with some type of hope that things are going to be what they're going to be. How do you feel? Well, you know what? I decided this year that I'm going to buy a house, right? I'm not spiritual. I'm not none of that. I don't believe in God. I'm just out here working like a dog, doing my thing, and I plan on buying a house 2025. Well, guess what? You're not going to be able to now. So do you believe that? Because things have changed. Do you believe that? And I'm not trying to sound negative or nasty, but it's what it is. Sure, they haven't read the Bible or been to no, they because they don't care. They feel like what they got is only by them earning it and them working hard. They're not concerned about that. You know what I mean? And I know so many people that say that they don't believe and they don't study, but soon as something go wrong, then they start trying to tip over to that side because all of the stuff that they have wasn't working anyway. So now they're gonna try to, oh yeah, well now let me see, and I picked the book up and I dot dot. That's not how it works. You should already know that there's something that you believe in that's higher than yourself. You know, I just watched a bunch of organ donors, that walk that they do. And if you look at how life is lifing, how could you not believe in the power of something good, in the power of hope? They had one of the young people, they were saying how much that person that passed away, how much they helped someone else out. Sure enjoyed that. And they were just saying like, one of the donors, I think it was like a 18-year-old girl. They didn't indicate what happened to her, why, she was unlive, but they just said that she helped, I don't even know, probably about a good maybe 13 people by being an organ donor. You know what I mean? So you believe in that if something happened to you and you donate parts of your body can help somebody live longer, that's hope. That's hope. It's just so much going on here that we can't really do much of anything but really have hope and believe in something bigger than yourself. That's enough right there just to be to have hope and faith means something. And a lot of people are afraid to put some a title on it to say, well, I believe in God, or I believe in this, I believe in that. Okay, well, you believe in something, don't you? It doesn't make sense to be so negative in such a cold, cruel world. You know what I mean? You got to do a lot better because this thing is bad, y'all. It just seems like when this thing started, these people just came out swinging at a crowd of folks deliberately opposed to. Do you see that? What crowd is being affected by these cuts and shutdowns? Just think about it. The people that are making these decisions will never be affected by this stuff. So how can you make the decision for somebody else's life like that and sleep at night? It's cruelty. You understand what I'm saying? Because you will never experience that. See, a lot of stuff that the rest of the world rely on, these folks will never experience that because they're financially established in a way of wealth upon wealth. So they won't never have to experience the fear of not having certain stuff in place because you deserve it. How is it going to be to take someone's retirement money? Just think about that. And no disrespect. How is that going to work out? You got money, so just think about it. If you're having money that's taken out of your check weekly and you've worked hard for it, where is it going if you're not entitled to something that's yours that was taken from you? If that happens, what kind of world are we living in? Who's allowed to have that kind of power? You understand what I'm saying? This is not a game. This is the reality that we call life. It doesn't make sense. And then you have certain people that are been working and they're at the time where they need to stop. You're pushing this further. Who wants to be working all the way up to 67? You start having a lot of health problems. You're getting worn out. I know this one nice gentleman that has been working with a family member of mine for oh gosh, they've worked together probably about maybe 20 or 30 years. And the person that I know has already retired before this happened, so they can't be touched because they already then head over towards retirement, maybe 2 years ago, and I don't think they can go back and untangle that. But the person that's still working, which is a nice gentleman, this man is already. He tried to hang out a little bit longer because he could have retired, I believe, at 62. But he said that he wanted something to do, so he continued to work. And now he can't if he wants to now because he's dang near, almost killed over. He can't even stand up straight to do his job because his back is messed up from his work descriptions all these years. And now he can't stop working if he wanted to because he's not at the age of retirement. It's not fair. Just think about it. What is he gonna do? You know what I mean? And whoever was able to retire, when they before they change it, they're lucky that they got it done because I don't think that they can go back and say, well, you retired 3 years ago. Now I'm in office and I'm getting ready to switch that up. I don't think that part can be done. But moving forward to the people that need to, and what are they going to do with your money though that they took from you? What are they going to do with your money that they took from you weekly? Who's getting it? It's just this is a big bad thing going on here, and we all got to do a lot better than this. And I want to say hi to Angela because she came in talking to you, and I didn't say hi to her. But yeah, we got a lot. And I don't like to come on here, being negative, but I do like to have a discussion that can help everybody around the world have some kind of peace and conversation because all of the stuff that I'm speaking about is happening to all of us. You know what I mean? It's happening to all of us. So we all need to come together and do different stuff to make each other feel a little bit more comfortable in this thing here, because we don't have no control over it. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking, wow, let me get on here and find a couple of good Judies to talk to about a lot of stuff that's happening. And then they're cutting a lot of stuff just like with this and I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do. I'm not saying this falls on everybody, but it's a lot of stuff. Just say for instance, they have this thing that I had heard. She says very well. See, thank goodness. See, that's what? See, and that's exactly what I'm talking about, Lisa. Just think about it. We have a lot of family members and people we know that have Down syndrome. They have, autism and other different disabilities, learning, physical, wheelchairs, missing limbs, mentally, disabled. What's going to happen? And you hope that they don't because you never know everybody's head is on the chopping block. You never know. Just like I was saying, if you pay attention, like for instance, they have this thing, and I don't know if you guys are aware of it. I'm sure you are, whoever's in the chat in the background in the bushes. But I'm sure you guys are aware of a lot of folks that, relied on telehealth. Now, first of all, people were doing telehealth before C19 hit. And when C19 hit, that helped people be able to still get the care that they need. You get what I mean? And then also, a lot of people couldn't physically make it to the doctor's office because they had no money and no transportation. So now what they're saying is they want to cut the telehealth. But you think about it, if you cut the telehealth, it's going to cost more for you to pay for transportation for these people because you added in the fee. You got to pay the driver, you got to pay the insurance, you got to pay for the gas for people to be brought to the appointments when you can cut all that out and leave it where they're able to still do it on the phone. And I'm not saying everything is done on the phone because there's a lot of stuff that you have to physically go in to get done. But for people that needs therapy and counseling and they want to talk to their doctor before they actually get or have to go into the appointment, because when you do a telehealth appointment, you can say, "Look, doctor, on the live, look, I got a lump on my arm. It's been itching. Do you think I need to come in?" And your doctor may say, "Well, what are the symptoms you having?" Well, you know what? You can, go to the drugstore and get you some cortisone, or I'll call you in a prescription and you take that for a couple of days. If it doesn't work, we'll make a physical appointment. But this person that you got to make the physical appointment with, they're going to need transportation. The driver has to be paid. Gas has to be in the vehicle. Just like they're saying with the mail, they want to start slowing the mail up to where you're not going to get mail. It could be weeks at a time. The mail delivery has been a mess some places already. All this is foolishness. He said that he wants to change the cars into electrical cars, the mail trucks into electric trucks because the other ones break down too much. You should have did that regardless. We work smarter, not harder. We work to build and do nice things, not to hurt and tear people down. It doesn't make sense. Just I'm glad to hear that about the benefits. I don't know what she's in here. She's really enjoying that. And my best friend who's totally blind, he's been okay too. So hopefully it will be just an off. I hope so, cause honey, let me tell you something. If they try to pull something like that, a lot of people are going to be jacked all the way up. You know what I mean? In a horrible, horrible way. You get where I'm coming from? Because this is not that's not right. Especially if you live in a place, because see, everybody's living somewhere different. You know what I mean? So with that being said, you really, really need to be aware of who it can affect. You know what I mean? You really have to be careful with that, because I'm looking at it for what it's worth. What's going to happen though with folks if that did affect them? It's going to be a mess. You get what I'm saying? Because what are they supposed to do, especially if you live in a state, city, town that has disability? This is what this town consists of. It has disability for people when they're disabled. And for somebody to come and take that from them, what do you expect to happen to the people if they don't have family members that can help support them? What are they supposed to do? Because if you're a millionaire or trillionaire, no matter what happens to your family members, you're not going to never need any assistance from anybody because you're wealthy. So you that doesn't affect you. So why bother folks that need that type of help? It just doesn't make sense. It's just and these are the things that is a big problem for a lot of people in the world, because of the fact that you feel like if you're doing okay. But with this type of corruption going on, you're not okay because you're not that wealthy enough where this situation won't affect you. See, this is what I noticed too. There's so many people, because see, I don't allow the news to program me, so I don't watch it as often. You know what I'm saying? That often. She says, Rook, I can't tell you how many seniors here are found deceased at home. 'Cause they are. Yes, all alone. And see, when you know what, Lisa, see, that's the stuff that I'm hitting on as well, too. Do you know how many seniors that rely on somebody to come and bring them a meal? And, because that helps them because they can't get around in the kitchen the way they used to. Also, you have somebody that's coming to the house to give them a smile because they are lonely. You know what I mean? You may have some seniors or disabled people that rely on an aide to come in to help them do their laundry, to give them some kind of mental ease because there's somebody to talk to. You may have an aide that come over and say, well, you know what, you don't have much to do today. Hi, Mary. Hey, Sam. Hey, John. Hey, Sue. Let's watch a movie together, so that they will feel loved and some companionship. You know what I mean? And if this goes the way it's going, they want to cut down those programs. You have some folks that can't get in the kitchen. It's dangerous for them to use the stove because they're not stable. You understand what I mean? With their hands to cook, they're not able to do their laundry anymore. So these kind of programs help them live their best life. And there is a lot of people that are lonely because of the fact that they don't have family or they don't have good family. So whatever assistance that they get, it helps them feel alive. It makes them happy. I know so many people that are seniors or got, other disabilities. It's a big deal for them just to be able to say hi to the mailman or to sit on their porch and say hi and start a conversation with total strangers that walk down the street, safely because they're lonely. You know what I mean? And it's sad, but it's true, you know? So with those things there, we got to really pay attention to how stuff is affecting people. And like I said before, if that's how that state has ran, whatever state like a person may live in, if that's how their state runs, that it allows a person, if they're disabled, to have some kind of income for that, why would you come and mess with that when it has nothing to do with you? I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense to mess with something that is helping people out that's not as fortunate as you. It's not fair. We're living in some messed up stuff here, and people sit back and think this stuff was funny because they're okay at the time. But I promise you, it's going to ring, quite a few people's doorbells. A lot of folks don't feel that it's them because they think they're doing so good. And like I said, I have discussions which, whether it be one job or the other or out in public when I talk to people that think they got it going on and bragging, but you're not really looking at the big picture here because like I said before, when you talk to people, one specific person that I was talking to was saying, yeah, well, I'm a RN and my husband has a construction company, and we got a couple of houses and cars, and our last child is in college right now and we're doing good. So we're going for this side. Yay, yay, we're cheering this person on. But now once you see what happened while the dust is settling, now you're on the news crying. He said he was going to do this. Now we're affected. I can't even finish paying off, different things of that. Hey girl, how you doing? What's up, Winsome in the building? How are you? Hello, hello, and thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it, honey. But even if you don't watch, you don't have to watch the ads because I don't get paid. But I appreciate it. Thank you, sis. How are you? Thank you so much for coming, my love. Thank you for stopping in. But as I was saying before, this is how people think. They think they're living on top of the world, and they don't realize that this stuff. If you are a person that has to rely on a certain type of income coming in your house because you work hard, and you feel like, well, they're taking money out. What am I going to do at the end? How am I going to continue to pay off, you know, the college for my kids that's in college if I'm having all these budgets cuts where we can't even make it, but yet you were the one that put this person there though. So you wasn't paying attention to that. You thought you were sticking it to like, oh, if these people got old and or if this person is autistic or Down syndrome, hey, if their family ain't got the money to take care of them, it's too bad then. Because me and my husband, I got a good job, he got a good job. But what's happening now, it's affecting you as well. It's not just about people that's making less money than you. You could be in a good career that you went to college for and still paying the college fees for, and you've been out of college for 5 years, but you still owe that money. If this person is taking out money from your social security and you're not going to get it, how are you going to be? Do you know how many even with me going to a doctor's appointment, and actually I called my doctor's office about a medication refill, and the person didn't get back to me for about 3 weeks. And what was said is because they're having budget cuts. They're cutting the nurses. They're cutting staff and everywhere. You know what I mean? I'm doing good, Winsome. How are you, my love? Me big up myself. How you doing? I hope you are doing good. Grandma, grandma. How are you, grandma? Granny. That you're so blessed. I'm glad that happened for you. But yeah, we got this stuff is I think a lot of folks think they're untouchable. I think a lot of people think that they're untouchable because I went to college and I got this and I got that. Honey, listen, if you ain't a millionaire, trillionaire, or billionaire, it's going down for you as well as everybody else. You're going to be affected just like everybody else. And now you regret. These people are on the news picketing, outside their jobs. I voted for you, and this is what you do. You see what I mean? This is what I'm trying to tell you. And I'm not telling nobody, what to do, where to vote, how to vote. I'm not even going to even get into me saying what I've done. You get what I mean? But I know what I know. And that's why the way they got this politics and stuff going, they need to really stop and just get somebody that is going to be neutral to the situation, opposed to somebody pick a side, pick a side, pick a side, all of that foolishness. You know what I mean? They need to cut that down to where you get one person that's going to represent both sides, so there's no tug of war. There's no games to be played. That's what I'm talking about. This is the whole thing that I'm talking about right here, right now. You got to pay attention to what's going on, because this is happening to all of us. And the people that I know to help this person do what they're doing has caused a lot of negativity on everybody. And we really need to big up and figure out the best way to do this, because we're all going, this is getting out of hand. And a lot of this is, like I said, the devil will use people to hurt you. And this is a perfect example of how it happens. You know, perfect example of how this happens. You sit back here and you get somebody that's willing to do a lot of naughty stuff to disrupt people's lives. And then you wonder, well, what happened here? Because you thinking in a very negative way about stuff, and you don't care because you don't feel that it's you. It's going to be you. And that's the whole purpose of everything that we're dealing with out here, is everybody is so concerned about themselves only. And once again, you get in here and you think you're hurting somebody, and you end up playing your own self, because this is what the majority of a lot of this stuff is about. When people pick certain teams, they pick teams that they think that's going to work for them, when in fact any one of these sides will tell you what you want to hear, just so for them to get in office, and then they turn on you. She says Canada election is on the 28th of this month. Oh, wow. Yes, I forgot you in Canada, honey. Oh, yes. We are going through it. Yes. You see what I mean? This is what I'm telling you. And then you know that he has had a lot of stuff taken from Canada, that he doesn't want to do business with Canada no more. You see what I mean? And now you guys got a lot of your stuff going on that is affecting how you guys do things. This is not a game. We really got to pay attention to what's really happening here, because it's not fair. And it affects anything that's going on with anybody's government, affects all the people around. You know what I mean? So we all have to make sure we pay attention, because you got, even when you got a side that you vote for, that's the party that you like. A lot of them can be a little bit dirty too, but they won't take you all the way down like the opposite side will. You know what I mean? So we have to pay attention to everything, because there's so much stuff that's going on that we don't even know which way to turn. Yes, hope is eternal. You got that right, Angela. No joke out here, honey. I hope you're doing well, Angela. I hope I spoke to you. I know I typed something in, but I tell you, you guys, listen, let's wake up. Let's wake up. We gotta see, this is when you need to have some kind of faith, to believe in something, someone greater than yourself, because there's nothing else that we can do with this kind of stuff. Anytime the government has that much control over your life, you have to fight it with faith, because this is when you have to really step into your purpose and your relationship with God, because you alone can't do it. You understand what I mean? You alone can't do it. You really, really have faith just to get what you want. Really be there through the ups and the downs. And like they say, every storm is not in the forecast. And see, folks are getting hit like a ton of bricks. Everywhere that I turn, different jobs, they're short of staff. There's going to start being more shortages of food, just like you remember. And I'm not trying to scare nobody. Let's just talk reality like adults here. When C-19 hit, what happened to the toilet paper there? What happened to the toilet paper around the world? Just think about it. This type of thing causes a great depression unnecessarily. A lot of people are doing so bad with this thing that's cut, that a lot of them are terrified because they're losing out on so much. Yes, slowing Canada down deliberately, hateful, and cruel. You see, trying to start problems with China when a lot of stuff from around the world comes from China. It's just all disgusting. It's all disgusting. They're playing a very deadly game, just like all of those planes that was going down. You got to look at put this stuff together and figure out what's going on here. This comes through like a monster. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about, and I'm not trying to disrespect anybody because any people that believe in what this person is doing, they're wealthy. They're millionaires and trillionaires, and they don't care about the rest of the world. Long as their family and people that they know are okay financially, they're not worried about the rest of the world. And that's not how you're supposed to run the government. And legally, they shouldn't be able to do it. And this is one person that I know that has done so many different crimes that I don't even know how they're allowed to even be a leader. It doesn't make sense for this person to have that much power after what they've done, because if it was anybody else they would definitely not even been able to be chosen to be in office. I hope it does. I hope it does win some, because this is not what you want. And I don't think God is going to stand back and just let all of these people be taken down like that, because everything we go through, good or bad, is not wasted. He does have a plan for our lives. And one thing I can honestly tell you, and it's the truth, is that when I have been through some bad things in my life, it turned out for the good. So I'm trying to have hope in this situation that it will turn out for the good, because I know so many people right now that are going through so much because of how they're being affected, that they're unliving themselves because of this. Unliving themselves. You know what I mean? Yes, that's right. It's the people, because see, these him and the people he know and the people that's around him, they're millionaires, trillionaires, billionaires. So they don't have no problems and no struggles with no money. You get what I mean? Even with this man before he, you know, got in office, he's been wealthy his whole life, in that way. So he don't, he's not going to be affected. The friends and stuff he have, his sons, his daughter, his grandkids, none of them is going to be touched by this. Just got to keep. And you know what? This is what God is telling for the believers. God has always told us. You got that right, Lisa. Hold tight. You have no choice. And I just said this. And I just did a haul and I mentioned that, and one of the guys said, because the comment I made was, I just have to keep in hope that things are going to get better, that the dust settles. And this person said, no, it's not going to. But I think that if you believe in God, there is going to be some type of something. There's no way that God is going to let all of this fall. And the thing is, how do they allow? I thought that whenever you have somebody that's in office and they make decisions, that they don't get the final word. There's other people that they have to go through. You understand where I'm coming from? That they have to go through to say, yeah, we are going to cut that. But do you understand that the math ain't mathing though? Because like I said before, just me in general, when I looked at the plan that they have set up for the telehealth, you got to think about it. Is it easier for somebody that can't get to the doctors to be able to call the doctor on the phone if they don't need to be seen in person, instead of you paying a driver to drive them, paying for gas money, and paying for a vehicle to bring them? Because, see, they want to cut all of that. The elderly, the sick, the handicapped, the people that rely on transportation to get to their doctor's appointments, they want to cut that too. They want to cut them being able to even talk to their doctor on the phone. We got a lot of people that's got mental health issues that rely on therapy over the phone or online on the internet, FaceTime, whatever you want to call it. They want to cut all of that. Why? Because what they're doing is they're trying to take money from different funds so that the rich can get richer and the poor get poorer. That's plainly what it is. If you can't see that, you know what's up. Yes. So say, yes, it is. Yes, it is, Lisa. There's different people around in the world that are no, I don't have that, thank goodness. You know what I mean? I don't have anybody, and I pray that not, that never happens. But there's too many people that are. There is, and no, and I don't want to be negative or hurt nobody's feelings or say the wrong thing, but there's a situation where this couple is them, husband and wife and the kids. I think three kids. And what happened was, I think the husband got laid off work first, and now the wife is being laid off, and they don't see where they can get any kind of help from, and things are starting to fall apart with them. And what they did was, they unlived themselves and their three kids. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's horrible, and this is true stuff that you can see on the news and things. This is choices people are making, desperate and terrified. You get where I'm coming from? And it's sad, but it's the truth. Thank you, Winsome. Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's getting that bad because, see, you start getting a couple of payments behind on rent. If you rent an apartment or something, the landlord is already getting papers filed. If you miss one mortgage payment, they start the foreclosure, but the foreclosure proceedings and eviction are quicker. It's quicker now because they want to get you out if you can't pay and get somebody else in. The bank, if they're not getting that money, or if you pay for medication, if you don't got enough for a co-payment, you got to try to juggle to see which one of your medicines is more important than the other. This is happening already. Listen to me. And this is happening already. People are in terror. Like I said, I had called my gynecologist's office, and she took like 3 weeks to get back to me just for me to get a refill. It had nothing to do with my insurance or anything like that. It was because they were short of staff because there's been cuts. You understand what I'm saying? There's been cuts. So I have to, I had to, you got to physically go to the office to request, because you can't simply do it on my portal, my chart, and none of that because there's been cuts. See, these are the things that's happening, unfortunately. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And one of the kind nurses finally called me back after like 3 weeks, even though I'd already went up there. They probably just didn't tell her that I've already came and it's been done. And she said, I am so sorry. She said, you know that we usually get back pronto. She said, but there's been so many cuts and we're so short of staff that I couldn't get back to you. Then I remember going to the lab to get some blood work done because I got some medical stuff, some other stuff that's been happening with me, you guys. I promise you, I had to go through, and I'm not complaining or being sad or trying to hurt nobody's feeling. I just had to have a four-way X-ray done, and when they did the X-ray, they found something else wrong. Then I had to go for MRI and a CAT scan. And when I went to the lab to get the blood work done, they said they had to close the lab down because they were short of staff and funding. You understand what I'm trying to explain to you? So this is happening right now. These are phlebotomists. You understand what I mean? That's doing this blood work, and they had closed down. So when you close them down, where are they going at for work out of the blue? They're not even getting a warning. They just got letters, from the HR, on the spot. We will close next week Monday, and you're at work on Wednesday, knowing you got what 3 days to try to figure out how I'm gonna get another job or apply for unemployment because they just told us 3 days before work is gonna stop. And this is real time. You understand? No, I'm not playing no games. They closed down the lab. You get what I'm saying? In the gynecologist's office, there's nobody to even return a medical question. You don't have to call 911 and all that. If you want to call just to ask your doctor something, you could just say, I was just there. You put me on medication. I got a rash. What do I do? Obviously, to discontinue the medication, but what are you going to take if the problem still exists and your office is not able to respond back to you because they're short of help? I remember with the gynecologist saying that they said that whoever got, they announced this in the waiting room. They said that the doctor is going to be running late because she's delivering a baby and we're short of staff here. This is not a game. This is the reality that we live in called life. And this stuff is making it worse. And see, this stuff that we're talking about here, I seen some of this stuff coming because when this person was in office, they didn't do as bad as they're doing right now. This is a witch hunt. This is war. And you're not just messing up whoever you think that's got low income or just blue collar, just working a regular 9 to 5. You're messing with folks that do work. You figure, oh well, you know what? We cut these programs so whoever is trying to get food stamps, whoever's on low income or handicap, we're not doing nothing for them. But you're not just doing that. You're cutting hours down for some doctors, nurses, grocery stores, cashiers at Walmart. You're messing with everybody. And see, those people that got these jobs, it's like doctors and nurses that have a good career and that went to college thinking we're untouchable, so we're going to put this person in office. But guess what he did? He turned on you too. You get where I'm coming from. You see, you got played. So you thought you were harming people that didn't have as much money as you, but you got to remember you're not on his level either because you're not a millionaire, trillionaire, or billionaire. So you're going to fall in the hole right along with the people that are on food stamps, that are on low income, that's elderly, living alone, that's handicapped. You're in the same category. Yeah, oh, I went to school, for 10 years and now I'm a RN, and I got it going on. Well, if you have to work and you're not rich, you're gonna be hit by this just like everybody else. So you should have thought about the choices you was making, because what you did, what you meant to harm somebody, sealed your faith. You see what I'm saying? You sealed your own faith by trying to hurt somebody else, because you got to remember these places are these organizations are put in place for people that are not going to be rich, people that are born handicapped. Certain states is meant for that. This is war on the people. Yes, it is, Winsome. It's so bad, my God. The people get played big time. Yes, it's war, because you got these people. Like I said, I got so many people. Well, I'm not worried about it because it doesn't matter who they put in office. I am financially established. I've been to college for 10 years. My husband's running a business. We got very lucrative income. These things don't affect us because we're financially stable and set. And now that you see that your life is being affected by this now. See, that's what you thought. See, what you thought versus what's happening are two different things, because if you look at it for what it's worth, this person here is knocking down that. You're not you see, you got to remember, people are only on the level with people that's on the same level as them. They don't care about you. You know what I mean? You got to think about it. Why would there be a government that has unemployment in place in case you lose your job, disability in case you get sick and can't work? That's what the town, the city, the state, the country you live in, that's what's in place for you. That's what the government has in place for you, because this is what happens to people. So if you are not able to get what you need, you know how many people that I know right now that have handicapped family members that are born, they have cerebral palsy, like I said before, Down syndrome, autistic, mentally disabled, physically disabled, and they rely on a program that picks their family member up or their child to bring them to a program so that they can go to work. But if they're cutting the transportation for somebody that has Down syndrome, what programs do they have? What help can you get? And then they're starting to do this. They're working on the Medicare, where they're starting to cut out different stuff that the Medicare is not going to cover for certain people, whether you retired or you could. Because see, people don't understand that when you get government insurance, it's not that you're a bum or you don't care about life and you're not working. Sometimes you qualify because you qualify because of a medical condition that you have, but you do work. So if you got to sit here and say, well, you know what? I take medication for high blood pressure, and then I take medication for my heart, and you can't afford both medication now because they done cut the program down, that you got to pick high blood pressure medicine or heart medicine. Which one? If you go without either one, you're not going to make it. Just think about it. This is real talk. If you do the research on the medications that people have to take, and if they got to decide, well, I'm diabetic, so do I pick diabetic medicine or my heart medication? You get what I mean? Or right now, I need to get some food in the house. I need to have milk because I take a lot of medicine, so I have to coat my stomach. But I also need water to use with my asthma machine. I got to buy distilled water. What do I do? What do I do? Do I get the stomach, the milk, so that I can take the medication for my other medical problems? Or do I buy the water for for my asthma machine? How can you pick between those when both of those things are stuff you need to stay alive, to stay healthy? Or what do I do? Because I got a co-payment. I take insulin. What do I do? Do I get that and go without food, but I got my insulin? So if you're not eating right and you're taking insulin, how long you going to last before you end up getting sick? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I have seen a lot of government programs that they do need to revise, but that doesn't mean to cut it off where people are going to fall apart and unlive themselves or they're going to succumb to their medical problems because they can't afford what they need. Do you understand? Like I'll just say, for instance, I know, some people, and I'm not judging nobody, but I know if somebody did just say a person, I'll just say it like this because I don't want to be talking negative to misunderstand here. But there's some people, she said, please here are so stressed out, even me. I know what you mean when some, because it's scary, because you don't know what's going to happen that's going to affect you, and you see it happening to somebody else, but it didn't bother you yet, but then you feel bad for them, and then something's going to happen to you as well, and you don't know what it is. But and I noticed, like, in certain places, like, there's somebody that has two kids and they get $1,000 worth of food stamps. Why would you need $1,000 for one woman and two kids? If those are areas that you need to budget and do some cuts, but not shut the program down completely. How can you make a choice about medications when you need all the medication that you're taking? You need it all. You can't pick one over the other. It has to be, broken down to where you need all your medicines. Because I know so many people that take medication for, take 5, 6 pills a day. Even me myself, I've had, at times when I've been going through medical stuff, I've had like 11 different medications I had to take to stay stable because of my health issues. And if you don't have, a different type of insurance, for instance, with having insurance through the job, that will save a lot of people. But guess what? He's cutting through all the different type of insurance. I know some people that rely on the government insurance, and you start cutting that, they have to make a choice of what medications do I need more. Or like I said, I can't buy a certain amount of food in my house because my medications, my co-payment is high because he done raised that up, and I'm not even on government, insurance. I pay. You know what I mean? Even with my premium is going up. You get what I'm saying? So you just think about it. If you don't have enough money to pay for your medications, how are you going to survive? 1,000 a month. It's not good if you have to pay rent and food is not enough. Yeah, if that's the case, you know what I mean? You got that right. That is true. But for some of these people, they are not doing what they're supposed to do, and they're not managing their money the right way. You know what I mean? But see, that's what the government has control over, what you get and what you don't get, you know? And I try not to judge anybody in their situation because we all got, different things going on here. It may not be enough, but what I'm saying is, like, I'll give you example. You have somebody that has, and I'm not talking negative about nobody. I'm just telling you a situation. This person, like I said, you're getting $1,000 of food stamps. Your rent is $15 a month. You have two small kids. You get what I'm trying to tell you? There is a lot of stuff that they need to revise. Hey Patty, how you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Hey sis, what's up, brother Archie? It's been a long time. Yep, all these give you the deals, girl. You got that right, and healthy choices. You know what I mean? Yes, definitely, definitely. But I tell you, if you, cause see, with me, I've always feel that you got to crawl before you walk, and I can honestly tell you that I have made it a point to know how to make it, to stretch it and make things work out for the best that I can. And some people are blowing these programs and taking advantage of things, and they need to check it out to straighten it out so that they'll make sure everybody's able to get what they need. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard, And see, this situation that I'm speaking about is that the person is doing good and they're blowing 1,000. They're selling it. They're selling the stamps and using money to buy other things with, or taking care of some man laying up on them, or not shopping right at the grocery store. That's what I'm talking about. Different people, different stuff. If we miss. Oh, you too, sis. Thank you so much. You too. Happy Easter to you too. If I don't hear from you by then either, Miss Joey's World. Blessings to you and your family. Amen to that. But a lot of people don't celebrate that. Coming up on the Easter weekend, y'all. Blessings to everybody. I hope you guys are all right. And whether you celebrate or not, I still like to say happy Easter to all of you beautiful people out here. But yeah, and see, depends on, like I said before, if you're getting certain type of low income assistance all the way around, and you're getting that many food stamps, then you got to watch how you're doing it. You know what I mean? You got to watch how you're doing it. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. I'm not judging anybody. I'm just saying there's certain cases that are not being utilized properly. And I know this day and age that may not seem like much, but for me, I could make it work, especially if you got people that's living, you're paying only $15 a month for rent, you got heat, hot water included, you got free daycare. It's only you and two kids. You can make that food stamp work if you budget yourself right. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. When you got somebody that's getting low income all the way around, everything that they got is free and they're blowing it. You know what I mean? If you got kids and you're trying to eat right, cook right, you're not going to keep running out buying lobster steaks and stuff instead of getting you some chicken, meat, potatoes, rice. That's the point I'm trying to make. This is a specific case that I was speaking about. So with them, that was enough. They just didn't utilize it properly, you know? But I'm hoping that you all do have a wonderful Easter and give God thanks and praise, because there is some stuff that is where the people can afford it and they're taking advantage of it. But I tell you, y'all, we're in some big times now. Everybody better wake up, because it's about to go down, y'all. And a lot of people that think they're all set, you're going to be really shocked by what's happening when it knocks at your door, because it's getting scarier, scary and sad. Pay attention, I'm telling you. I just want everybody to be all right. Anytime I can come on here and have a decent conversation. Happy Easter, everyone. Bless. Yes, they do. There's a lot of people that I was trying to make. I was saying that the food stamps, people are running over and wasting stuff. I'm glad you could stop in too, Patty. And now you want to lie. All right, bye, Winsome. God bless you. Thank you for coming, Granny. Granny, bless you, Granny. Take care, me love. Big up yourself. But yeah, people are, and that's what I was trying to say when I was mentioning about if you got somebody that have two kids and they're getting $1,000 of food stamps, they're on a subsidized apartment, they're getting free insurance, free daycare, then some of these things can be revised, if y'all understand where I'm coming from, because I think it was misunderstood, because a lot of folks were saying that, well, if they only getting 1,000 and they got to pay rent and stuff, that's not enough. Well, to be honest with you, if you got two little kids Not, two little kids and you're getting $1,000 and everything else free. You shouldn't need a whole $1,000 for to me, I don't feel in this particular case that I'm talking about, and no disrespect to anybody. I'm just trying to give you guys the understanding because I think folks is misunderstand what I was trying to say about the $1,000. Because to me, if you're only paying $15 for rent. You got free. Y'all know how much heat and hot water costs. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And you know how much if you take it, they're taking out for your job. If you work and they're taking out insurance money for your insurance and for somebody to get the free everything. That is a lot of stamps. I hope you guys can do the math to see what I mean when I say that because I think I misunderstood me. But anyway, I could see if this is somebody that's by themselves and they're paying $3,000 for rent, they got 5 or 6 kids and all that, or high mortgage. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about somebody that's getting it all the way around and still got some stuff going on. That's what I mean. But it's a lot of stuff that we all got to pay attention to because a lot of folks don't realize that this is not other people. Like, how, oh, them. No, it's we. It's we. Because of the fact that all of this stuff is affecting everybody in some kind of way or somebody you know. You get where I'm coming from? And we got to look at it like even if it's not us, it could be us. Because sometimes people don't seem to understand that when something happens to someone, it should, make you feel a certain type of way as well too, because of the fact that you are living in could be you at any time. You get what I mean? It could be you, or you would feel bad to hear your neighbor or your sister or family member, or just on the news, somebody that you don't even know has unlived itself because they done got cutbacks at their job and they got cut and they don't have the money to take care of their family. And like I said, there was a family that the husband got laid off first and they had 3 kids and then the wife got laid off and they unlived themselves, the parents and their kids, because they didn't have nobody that could take the kids. They panicked really bad and got caught out there. So I'm just saying we got to really watch out because there's a lot of folks that is being hit in a certain kind of way, and we have to be careful that we be mindful even if it's not us directly care about family and friends, but everybody, because I've been noticing that a lot of people are not paying attention to stuff if it doesn't. As soon as something happens to them, then they want to get and talk about it. But then when they looking at other people struggling on the news or wherever, they're like, "Oh well, they'll get through it." Yeah, yeah, because it's not you. No joke. This is what I'm talking about. You got to pay attention. You got to care about everybody the same way you care about your own family and your own situation. You got to look at, there's some people too that I know that was in the process of you know, starting to retire, and now that this done changed, they're in trouble. I know so many people that my back is bad, and I was putting in my paperwork to retire, and now they're telling me I can't. This is not a game, and I noticed that a lot of people look at that because it's not them, so they don't have no care, one way or the other. But for the ones that is affected by it, their whole life is on the line. She said if they get 1K of stamps with one child and free rent and cannot survive, that's wasteful. I know a certain person like that you can't give money to. Amen. And buy all the unnecessary stuff. See, that's what I was saying. And when I said this to some of the people that was in a live a minute ago, Patty, they misunderstood what I was trying to say. They were like, "Oh no, because if you got rent, no, $1,000 of stamps is not enough." No, that's not what I was saying. And it's no, I'm not upset. I'm just saying I think they misunderstand what I was trying to say. If you got a person that has, 2 kids and little kids and they're getting food stamps, free, their rent is low. They got heat and hot water. They got free daycare. No, $1,000 for food stamps is not right. But what they'll do is they'll take those food stamps and sell them to get their nails done, or to make sure this man they got laying up is eating well. And that's abusing the privilege. And I'm not judging nobody. Whoever do what they do, I'm telling you what I know for a fact. You know what I'm saying? And they're getting way more than what they need, and they're taking advantage of it. and they're and that's where the system does need to be revised when it comes to stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? Those are the areas that they need to tweak and straighten out, because you got to think about it. All of these programs that they're doing, all of these cuts, right? Where's the money going? Think about it. Money going. If you or just say, for instance, if you are taking, because what they're trying to do right now is people that are working, they're trying to, you know how your jobs take out for your Social Security. So when you retire, you'll have that money there. He's trying to figure out a way to where when you retire, you can't even get your Social Security. How is that right? And who is the money going to? Just think about it. Because when you rob the poor, who you giving the money to? Especially when you're wealthy and you don't even need it. Who are you giving the money to? Just think about it. You working hard and they're taking whatever amount out of your check weekly that's supposed to be stored for your retirement. So when you become a senior and you get ready to retire, you have that money to live off of because you're not capable of working anymore. And they're telling you they've been taking that money for, 50 years or more. How are you going to survive if they're taking your money and who they giving it to? You see where I'm coming from? Where are you going? What's going to happen to you? Or if you live in a city, state, town, country where you are allowed to get disability if you are disabled, you are allowed to qualify for low income housing if that's for you and you qualify. Why would you bother that? People that's disabled that needs help. Why would you do that? Everybody is not meant to be rich, an actor, a famous singer, a rapper. Everybody is not meant to have those things. We all fall in different income brackets and different careers and lifestyles. And if that's put in place where you live at to help you, or just say for instance, you went to school, you went to college, 5, 6, 10 years, been working a good job and doing good in life, and you all of a sudden get sick and you can't work no more. You don't get a chance to collect your unemployment. You can't retire early. You can't get no kind of disability, but your state says you should be able to. How is that fair to anybody? I'm just saying in general, how can a person that is a millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire make a decision like that for you when they know nothing of that life? You get what I'm trying to say? And the thing is, it's not even just about them knowing, they don't care. See, there's a difference. Like, oh, well, you can't walk a mile in my shoes. It's not about that. You know that if these people are relying on this and you take that from them, they're not going to have anything. You know that you never have to worry about if you become disabled or when you retire, or you getting ready to just chill out and take a vacation. You've been rich your whole life, so you don't never have to worry about relying on disability or low income or Medicare. And believe me, everybody that's on like Medicare and free insurance, a lot of these folks are not like some kind of people that's sucking the system dry. Some people are working and they qualify medically because they're in the poverty level and they can't afford regular insurance. And they also take out for your insurance from your job too. So you got to think about it like this. Well, how are they going to tell me that they're going to do a budget cut on my health insurance when I pay for it? How are you going to go and say, well, you know what? I don't know because I take heart medicine and I got high blood pressure. I got to pick which one to get because I can't afford the co-payment because they done did budget cuts from insurance from my job that's not free that I pay for. How is that okay? How are you pushing retirement age up to where a person is so old and critical that they can barely even do their job like they used to anymore because they're older. You already was at 62 and now they're going up to about what 67 or so. You're not even gonna have a leg to stand on. And a lot of jobs are letting elderly people go that are not in the physical fit, you know, predicament to do the work that they've always done for years. A lot of jobs are letting people go because of that, and I've known even with me with my medical problems, I've told that, you might have to get up out of here because you're not able to do what you do because you're not capable anymore. And I'm nowhere near retirement age. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I'm way, way too young, and I'm not bragging to retire. But that would be the case if these medical problems don't get it together. You get what I'm saying? And you imagine if you got to retire way, way before retirement age and you can't even get the money that's been collected for you at all. You in a state that's supposed to help you out a little bit with some type of disability help or something, and you can't get none of that. But you can, all this stuff is going down bad. They're just driving this thing into the ground. And see, that's why I always say the devil will use people to hurt you. And he picks a lot of the, certain ones that he knows that's glad to do the job. You know what I mean? We're in some trouble here, you guys, and we got to wake up here and start. Even if we just have to have a movement of treating each other better, that helps fight against the devil when we respect and love on one another. Because there's a lot of stuff that's happening right now that's illegal. How can you be allowed to even be put in office with all the criminal offenses that you have against you? How would they let somebody get in the office that's that type of person? I don't know if you guys are still here, so I'm gonna stop talking because I don't want to be running off at the mouth and you guys are all gone. So please forgive me for that. So I'll put some music back on. So everybody might have had to leave. I'm not sure. You know what I'm talking about? Because there's some people that I know right now that has already retired. They should have been here before all this stuff right now is coming into play, and they're worried about somebody trying to go in and undo that. You get what I'm saying? I'm sorry that it cut off, Patty. I didn't know you were still here. Thank you for being here. But you got to look at that because you don't want. What would you do right now? Just say for the people that we know that's retired. What would you do right now that you have been retired for the last 3 years, and now you got this person in office want to go and say, you know what, we're going to stop that. You got to go back to work. And still, for all the people that are working, they may not be able to collect their Social Security when they're at the rightful age to retire. What are you supposed to do? It just doesn't make sense. You get what I'm saying? But it's sad, but it's the reality that we live in. And like I said before, there's not enough people that care because it doesn't affect them. There's a lot of people right now that feel that they're standing on top of the world, but soon as something hit them, now they want to come and speak about it, but they ignored it all the while. And now they want to, oh man, this is bad because now it didn't my mother, it didn't happen to me, but my mother, she can't retire now, but she's not well. She's gonna have to sell her house and come live with us now. All of this stuff it hits all of us, even if it's not you directly. It's gonna be somebody you know, and it's happening all around us. There's no games with this. This is what it is. Yes, the politics to me, there's certain areas that this shouldn't be going down like this. Period. It just don't make no sense. You get where I'm coming from? It don't make no sense at all. And like I said before, people, even the way we treat each other, will make you feel a little bit better in these crises that we're going through. I know it may not change the bad stuff that's happening, but it will make you feel a little bit more better knowing that you have some kind people, somebody to talk to, somebody that understands you, even if we can't stop this. Just leaning on one another will help us feel more better about the situations that we're in, opposed to just out here by yourself and losing your mind over it. Because I know a lot of people, like I said, are unliving themselves and making a lot of negative decisions based on, because like I said before, there's been cuts. There's a lab, a blood lab. A lot of these people are phlebotomists. They've lost their jobs because their lab is closed down completely or for extended period of time. What are you supposed to do for your mortgage? How are you going to find a job that quick when you just got a notice last week that they're going to be closing your job down and they don't know for how long? What are you going to do about making paying your bills? What are you going to do? And you know all of that stuff works all together. If you don't got a check coming in, they don't have money to take. They don't have no place to take out money for your health insurance. You don't have money building up for your Social Security for retirement, which they want to try to take that from you when you get ready to retire. You don't have the money to pay for to put gas in your car. You got to pick, like I said, between what medicines, and all of them are important to you. Yes, they do. But see, people don't care because they feel like, because see, I'm doing good financially, so I ain't got to worry about it. Well, you just wait and see if it trickles your way because it's possible that it could. That's the whole thing about it. People are not paying attention to you may be all right and you're thinking, oh, well, that's just for people to get food stamps. Well, I ain't got to worry because I don't get no food stamps. That's not what that is. They're attacking people that's nurses and doctors and laying off and budget cuts. There's so many places right now that are short staffed because of the fact that they are cut off. Even with the people that work at the Social Security office, and people don't realize the Social Security office does a lot of things. It's not just about giving out free money to people that don't deserve it. That's a job and a career for them, and the Social Security office does a lot of different stuff. How are they going to tell you that you're a widow and that you can't collect the benefits from your husband no longer here? You get what I'm saying? This is not a game. And then all of those people that work at the Social Security office, they're losing their jobs. What are they supposed to do? It's not about, oh, that's a welfare person, that's a low income, that's a food stamps, a freeloader. All of these people are not, it's not about that for everybody. A lot of folks are getting, like I said, a little bit of extra food stamps to make it because their job ain't, they're not making enough money at their job to pay their rent or their mortgage. So they're trying to get some help. Some people are, like I said, got medical problems and they may not be on any other government programs, but they do need a little bit of help to get their treatments, whether they're doing dialysis, medications. It's different things that people are getting. This, you see somebody in the store that pull out a EBT card, the first thing people want to do is shun you and look at you some kind of way, and they don't know that you may be shopping for your mother and you don't even get food stamps, but they want to judge you. What's up, Jenny? Bless up. Thank you for coming. The government's going crazy. This is not the right kind of way to treat people as humans, especially God people. You know what I mean? This is not fair. And it's getting to be to where you don't even have a right to your own life. You have stuff that's dragging you down that you can't even do nothing about. You're grown. I thought we had the Fifth Amendment and free will. So if you got somebody can tell you what they're going to do with money you work hard for, how is that? You know what I mean? How is that they can take your money that you work hard for and tell you that you're not going to get the money that you've been working at your job over 50 years and now you're ready to retire, and they're telling you that first of all we're moving up retirement age, secondly you're not going to get your retirement money. So tell me, where's your retirement money going to if they don't give it to you? Yeah, she said some people abuse it source during the week are responsible for suffering. That's exactly what it is. And see, that's what the problem is with the government too, is that you didn't you meant, well, you're supposed to be helping people, but you're not helping them in the right way, and it's causing problems for other people. Do you understand what I mean? So if you have situations where you make sure this household is getting exactly what they need, like I said, this $1,000 things that a few people didn't understand that I was mentioning, that person do not need that many food stamps. So if you cut some of them stamps down because they don't need them all, you can help out another family or a couple of people. I remember long, long years ago, a person that I knew, when they got to retirement age, they didn't have a lot of money, that they was getting from their retirement check. So they applied for food stamps, and they would only give this person, this was an elderly person with medical issues, chronic medical issues, they would only give them $10 of food stamps. But yet now you have somebody with two kids, low income apartment, free daycare, free heat and hot water, and they're getting $1,000. And this person's worked and can't get nothing. Right, you could be happen for someone else with EBT, and People be looking, yes, they do be, and they be talking too, and turning up their nose and don't even know. I mean, I've had several folks that shop for family members, for clients, or if it's you, what business is it of theirs? You know what I'm saying? What business is it theirs? They don't know what your situation is, why you getting them. I know that some people have been in a situation where they ended up having like a house fire and displaced, and they're getting some kind of help. They may get an EBT card. Some people may need the EBT card because they work at a school, and in the summertime school is closed for a couple of months. You know what I'm saying? I know so many teachers that get food stamps, teachers that went to college for what they're doing, social studies, whatever's teacher you are. And in the summertime, they get unemployment and food stamps. I promise you, I can prove that. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of folks don't look at it like that. And most of the time, when you be in there looking at somebody crazy, your life is messed up because you ain't minding your business. You got to get in your own lane and do what's for you. Because what they do is they try to, oh, yeah, she looking healthy. What's she doing with a food stamp card? And I pay taxes. That ain't got nothing to do with you. That's none of your business. Yeah, you definitely. But yeah, you got to look at that for what it's worth. What does it have to do with you? And you got to remember, the government can be stingy. So a lot of people, if you don't show that you qualify for something on paper, you're not going to get it. So people don't got to look at you. Oh, they getting over on the system. Well, what does that have to do with you in that kind of way if you don't know their story? Now, we do know people are getting over on the system, but everybody that you look at that pull out an EBT card or something like that, you don't know. I've seen people down at the Social Security office that was there, and people, oh yeah, I seen her up in the Social Security office. Yeah, she was down there to get her paperwork right, or she was down there from her mother to collect her widow benefits, or she was down there collecting the benefits because her husband passed away and she got three kids she's still raising by herself. You don't know what people are doing because it ain't your business to worry about what people are doing in their lives. But I know that the system does have to be revised. But you can't have somebody that's a millionaire and a trillionaire that don't care. Not that they don't understand that these people are poor or having financial difficulties. It's not even that. They don't care. So they should not be the one that's making the decisions for folks if they don't have to rely on these sources because they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, or they just were able to make a lucrative income where they're a millionaire, trillionaire, that they will never need Social Security. They will never need disability. They're wealthy for life. So how are you going to come and mess up and take from people that are in those predicaments that need that stuff? It's not fair. You get where I'm coming from? You got to stop judging folks and worry about your own business, and let God take care of what's going to be with what. But I'm telling you, you mess around here and do something, it'll come back on you. I keep telling people, honey, you do something to somebody else, you will get it. I'm telling you, God don't let it go like that. God does not allow his people to go down like that. I'm telling you, you sit down here and think you're trying to hurt and do somebody else dirty, and you end up sealing your own faith. Give thanks and praise, y'all. And I didn't mean to make this live so much about talking about the government, but I got so many people that's leaving me comments on when I do a little bit of short or a little bit of haul. So I'm trying to address it when they all come over here so I can talk to everybody at one time so that I don't have to keep on everybody that left me. Oh, that food looks good. Oh, that was a nice haul. And I got to tell you, yeah, in the government, and bop, bop, bop. So I figured just to set it over here. And I never even indicate if I even vote at all, or if I did, who I voted for. I'm just having a conversation that a lot of people are crying out and marching and picketing against. You get what I'm saying? Because they're all going through something right now that's a struggle. And like I said, I don't feel empathy for somebody that got to be in the same situation as me. I feel it for period for the world. Even with us sitting back here and seeing somebody over in another country that don't got enough food to eat, and you do, you can do something about that. And I do feel bad, you know. I do feel bad. It don't have to be what's happening to me. You get where I'm coming from? It don't have to be like, oh, I know what it's like, because you don't love like that. That's not how you love. You have to be like God. He don't judge you like that. He gives you free will. He doesn't force you to have a relationship with him. But what I do know is that we're not loving on each other enough, because times like this, and that's why I'm talking about it, people need to be supported. People need, even if it didn't happen to you, it happened to we. Like I said, when you lie to me, you lie to yourself, and most of all, you lie to God. So if you're in a predicament where something bad has happened to you, and I said, well, I haven't experienced that, it don't mean that I don't have loyalty and love in my heart to help you through it and understand what you're dealing with. Because, and this is different areas. You look at how many people right now, like we're talking about this stuff with food stamps and cut and this cut and that. What about the people that don't even have food every day or running water? That those are serious situations. Did you know that that's happening in the world? And then we complaining about these certain things, and these are folks that never had. You know what I mean? This is what it is. It's the truth. And like I said before, I don't come on here trying to preach and control nobody, force religion on nobody, to judge nobody, y'all. I'm just a girl. You know what I'm saying? A big girl. And I live in this thing called life, and I know that the hurtings of other people, even if the same thing didn't happen to me, I have enough empathy and sympathy to where I can see they have, this is a child, and we're doing a fund for this child because they have leukemia. Just because I don't know a child that has leukemia or anybody in my family, I just ignore it because, hey, it ain't me. Hey, ha, ha. That's not how you're supposed to look at things. You're supposed to care and do what you can to help out any and everybody. You know what I mean? No matter what, you don't have to experience something to have loyalty and love and support for it. We all are brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't care about each other, God is looking down on how we treat each other, not just how we serve Him. He wants us to spread the love, spread it out. And see, a lot of us are so caught up on long as we know that we praising Him. But what about, yeah, and I take care of my husband, my grandkids, my aunt, and all that. Yeah. But what about your brothers and sisters that you haven't met yet, but you know that you could donate some money or some kind of food to somebody in the world that you know that's related to you, you just don't know them. You could send some food to somebody. If you got some causes that you're afraid to donate to, or you see people standing out and you think they're panhandling, you got a dollar, you got a dollar. If you feel that I'm gonna give them money and they're gonna get high with it and you're uncomfortable, don't do that. But what you can do is you can volunteer to go to a children's hospital and get, they can do a Corey check on you and let you come in to pass out toys, and you know that they're going to the kids. You can volunteer to go to a nursing home and with the elderly people, get a Corey check and authorized to be able to come in there and play bingo with them, help them plant. You can do a lot of volunteer work that physically. Oh, ain't nobody getting the money and ripping it off. This ain't no fake, because a lot of them places could be fake. It could be Red Cross or anything. There could be somebody, and there's a lot of places, even with this, that Black Lives Matter. I don't get into that kind of stuff. I think all lives matter. But with them kind of programs, there was people that were stealing the money. So if you feel that if you donate to any kind of cause to try to help, and you don't think that they're going to get the money, go somewhere physically where you can do it and you know it's happening because you're there. There's plenty of times that you can go and donate, and then you got to be careful in certain places. Like you can go say, well, I want to go donate to some kids at Shriners Hospital, and you want to hand the stuff over to the staff there, but the staff is the ones keeping the stuff. Then you can find another cause to donate to. His hands, eyes, and feet. That's right. That's right. That's right, Mint. Yes, we all. His hands, eyes, and feet. That's right. That's the reason why he says, come on, come together. Brothers from another mother, sisters from another mister. That's because we all are supposed to help each other out. That's the thing that I don't understand, why people don't know that everything, God is not just doing everything. He's showing us what we can do to help each other. You don't even have to be a financial thing. You could just tell somebody you look nice today and mean it. Hold the door for somebody. You could go over, and a neighbor works all day and they put their trash out in the morning and just nicely open the gate and stick their trash can back in their yard. Say something nice to somebody. Smile, be humble. Those are things that God is looking at. He knows that a lot of people are going to automatically treat their daughter, their son, their husband, their grandkids well. But what about what you going to do for a stranger that's really your brother and sister? What are you doing with that? Those are the things that God is looking at too. And He's given us the ability to be able to help and to spread the love. But see, we don't care about one another enough to do that. That's right, and that's the problem too. There's a girl, how, oh my goodness, Patty, honey, you said that right. They're not, and that's why I always say, how they got that saying, Patty, where they say treat people the way you want to be treated. There's a lot of people that's not taking care of themselves or their kids or family members, so you got to watch it who you say that to. And I promise you, there is. I'm gonna tell you, I can't even get into the type of work that I've done and just what's on the news period. I am seeing so many kids being unlived by their mother and father in the cruelest ways. In the cruelest ways. So you are right. People don't, a lot of people don't, because I know that blood ain't always thicker than water. And I've even seen it in my family and several families when somebody's passed away and how folks act over money and fight over stuff that they weren't even involved with. They just want to know if they was in the will and all that old foolishness like that. So you are right about that. And I know that firsthand because I done separated myself from a whole lot of them. Because, like I said, blood ain't always thicker than water, but I know that I care about people, even if you're a total stranger. I got your back. That's why I don't come on here playing this game with the YouTube mess. Because the people here on YouTube like to keep a whole bunch of junk, two faced, shady mess going on. And I know that my personal life, I don't live like that with my family. But I do run across people out here in the world that are very trifling, hurtful, sociopath, narcissistic folks that will take you down and dog you out. So I stay away from them kind of people. But on YouTube, I watch just like one of my YouTubes, supposed to be one of my YouTube sisters, no shade. I ain't calling nobody's channel out, but I'm gonna say what it is. I noticed that she barely supports me, but she's all over with all these other people that don't even really want to be bothered with her. But that's how these people do. And then, then you're doing sermon and church and all of that stuff, and you're not even practicing what you preach. I see you. You're running behind folks that you think can do something for you. Yes, exactly. That can do something for you, instead of with the people that's really riding and got your back because you are a user and a taker, and you mean no good. You mean no good. And I promise you, and I know Patty, and I always say this, you know that me and you've been sis, period. God made us all sisters and brothers. But I'm just saying, me and you've been riding for a while. You know I don't do nobody dirty, hurt nobody, a cruel person here on YT, but you've seen how my life has changed. You remember I used to have a whole lot of people going up and down. I mean, your lives are going better than mine are, but see, it's because I've been having so many negative people that I had to find a way to shut it down. I don't care if it's just one person to come. I appreciate it because I'm not getting paid on here. I'm out here looking for real love. Brothers from another mother, sisters from another mister. Do you understand where I'm coming from? This is not going to make me or break me, but it's going to be a positive in my life because I get to meet other family members. But for the game that people running on here, I'm telling you, I have gotten to the point that where I'm leaving, and I got more because when I was doing these live, honestly, I'm up to about maybe 300 people that don't come over here no more, and that's exactly how I want it because you mean me no good, and you're fake, phony, and very harmful and toxic, negative vibes. So for me, that's a good thing. Even if this don't pick up, I don't care about no money. This is why people are acting so stupid on YouTube is because they're jealous, they're full of hate, and they're looking at you as money. They don't really care about really supporting you. They're looking at you as money. Then I see people that got their favorites. Now I don't got no favorites on here. Anybody that rides with me, I ride with them. But I watch people that run themselves down up in people's lives, kissing their butt, running them down on every channel, everything they do, and they don't even look at you the same way. Or you treat people unfair. Almost put out with some social media outlets. She says, I'm getting almost put out with some of the people on. Yes, I am too. I'm done with it. I'm telling you. And I know, like I said before, you can go and look at the difference. And I'm not saying it to be rude or nothing, but you can go look at my lives from a year ago and see how many views I got opposed to now. I'm only getting like maybe 20, 30, the highest of people that come to my lives opposed to me having hundreds of people before in the past. And I don't care because I got the real crowd. And if I only got 30 people that really like me and that view me, honey, I am blessed right there because that's all I need is the real Rukas, the real writers. I don't care if one person come to see me on every live, every short, every haul, I consider myself as blessed. If I put up these lives and nobody don't show up, I know I'm here for myself. I know God is here. I ain't got time for it. I do not care. And I wish people stop trying to associate me with money because they're trying to run down money. I keep telling people, and when you're going to get in this YouTube game, you got to be strong. You got to know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't make sense. You just think about it. People are running around here. And if they see you doing something like, for instance, you got to know that when you're doing YouTube, Just because you see somebody have a commercial in their live or on their videos, that don't mean that they're making money or that they're monetized. YouTube will put up an ad so they get paid for it and you don't get nothing. So everybody is not monetized. And I know a few people that keep saying to me, oh, you're monetized. Oh, I seen the ad. You don't even know what's going on, babes. And then you stop coming because you think I'm getting something you ain't got yet. And that ain't even what's going on here. That's not even what's going on, but you're so full of hate, red eye, jealousy. You know what I mean? You're getting vexed because somebody doing something that you think that you should be doing or that they don't deserve it. So now you deliberately stop coming. I've had people that came over here and start talking with other people in the live and don't even have enough respect to speak to me. It's all good though because I'm still gonna rise. Like I said, I could never lose. As long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, God is always going to bless me over anything a man or woman can do for me. First of all, even my own family member, sisters, aunts, God is number one over a newborn baby. God comes first. So there's nothing that anybody can do to stop it. You get what I'm saying? But I've learned this is why this is not going to be a big blow up channel over here. If you see that I have 4,000 subscribers now, that's a good number, or even if it was one. But if those people supported me, where are they? You see what I mean? If they wanted to see me make some money, where are they? I don't care about that. I don't look at people as dollar signs. I look for love, support, friendships, togetherness, brothers, sisters. So when I came on and do That's what I'm saying too, Patty. I realize not, respect the people and thank them for coming, the ones that truly got your back, and then let it go. Because if you rely on this, you're just as dumb as you can get because folks don't care about none of this. People are using you, and I watch so many people that break their necks to support big channels because they think that that person can do more for them than you can because your channel is the same size or your channel is smaller than theirs and you ain't got nothing going on. So I ain't gonna pay no attention to her. But this person that got 30,000, do you know half of these people I've been watching channels growing like this? They're getting themselves into something shady and they better watch out because you will be shut down. I've been watching. I got this one crowd of people and they all talk about their God and they're Christian and no disrespect. I'm not judging nobody's salvation, but every time I turn around, your channel shut down again. Then you pop up and open up a new channel. You go for about a month with maybe 300 people. Then you're back at 10K again, 11K. What are you doing? And then you expect it to stand. What do you think is going on here? Because there's a lot of things that can be bought for a price, but not supported. You get what I'm trying to tell you? I don't know how to explain what they're doing or why, but I know that I'm learning that there's a lot of illegal activity. And you cannot come on to try to put a price on somebody's head so it can put money in your pocket. You're not supposed to treat people like that. You understand what I'm saying? And I got a lot of folks that I know that got big channels and they making good money, but the money that they're making is mostly coming from their haters. The haters support them more than their supporters. No, they don't care. The big channels, once they make it big, they don't even really respond to comments anymore. The most they'll do is get on and show their butt and say, "Oh, thank you all for your support. Thanks for loving me." But they really don't give a damn about you. It's the games that people play. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them ain't got your back. They just pretend to have your back so they can keep you coming. And like I said before, sometimes your enemies will treat you better than the ones that's supposed to love you, the ones that's supposed to be with you, because of the fact that they always peeping in on what you're doing just to hate on you but leave a love comment. You get what I mean? And I got one of my YouTubers that realized half of the people that she got supporting her, I'm talking about people, with the 100K, they're saying that they realize that a lot of the people that's supporting them are the haters. You see, because they want to be nosy and see what you're doing, but they got your back more than anybody else, though. You notice that? And a lot of people are not doing so good. Just like this one YouTuber, she was bragging about how much money she's making on YouTube, and she was telling this story, and she slipped and mentioned another income that she got coming in that's free. See, she didn't mean to say that, and I don't think she realized what she said. And I'm trying to watch to see if she takes that video down or go and edit in the comment section something about what she said because you just told on yourself because you weren't being truthful and the real thing came out. That's just how it be. Sometimes people don't realize when you tell a lie, you got to keep telling another lie to keep covering it up because you don't forgot what you said and bop 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 bop. You know what I mean? Uh-uh. Numbers do not. That's right. The math ain't math, and I know me and you both got some some sisters and brothers in common that they math is mostly the sisters. Their math ain't math, and you're looking at their channel like, well, how the hell, what the heck, what's going on? I was just in that live. And I stayed, for quite a while. Then I went and peeped back, and it only ever was 14 people in the live. And then the live end, and you look, it's 1,000 views. How did they get 1,000 views when I'm a monitor and I helped and I did this? What's going on here? And then, a couple of months, they get the channel taken. They come out, oh, praise God. I'm so sorry. I don't know. They keep messing with me. I put up this little commercial and they said it wasn't right and they shut me down. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Some people, it's true that that happened to, and some people are fibbing because they know they broke it and they got caught. This is why I'm backing off of this thing here. The one true lie. Yes. Yep, one lie after the other, and then it just keep coming and coming and coming. Just like this one big YouTuber, she was saying about she got confronted about got confronted from this woman. The woman said that I was me and him is together and we've been together since he been messing with you, and I just want to let you know, and she allowed us to hear her talking to the man on the phone. He said the same typical lie. That's how I know she had to know he was lying, because the first thing, baby, I don't want her no more. She's my ex. I want you. You the one I want. F her. I don't want to be with her. That's how many people run that same line. That's not even a sincere apology, especially when there's proof. There's proof. There's some socks that I just bought you because you just had a birthday, and I ordered these socks and got them specially made for you. Why are you wearing the socks and you in her bed? She took a picture of you in her bed. If you're not messing with this woman, how does she have you in her bed with the socks on that I bought that nobody's ever seen? Because I bought them for you and I had them specially made. You see, and then he started lying. You could listen to the guy. He's talking, no, baby, she don't mean nothing. She's crazy. She's a stalker. I broke up with her and she won't leave me alone and blah, blah, blah. And it's all a lie. You're seeing the girl proved that you're still seeing her. And for this woman, if you're going to stay with this man, you're not married to this man, you've only known him a month, you're already sleeping with him, you already got him living, not living, but I say spending the night at your house around your kids, everything, knowing what your bank account is, all of this, and you just met this guy. What happened to old fashioned courtship? Why do you jump into bed, sex, and talking about I'm in love with a man I've only known a month, and now all of a sudden another woman contact you? You're playing games, and now you got played. That's what it is. This is somebody else's man, or he's messing with both of you guys. But why would you get so serious? Then took a big old trip with this man, a big old paid trip that you took him on for his birthday, and you only known this man 1 month and you make him meet your kids, a man that you don't know his history, you didn't do a Corey check, you don't know his family, and you got him around your kids and stuff, and you just met him no more than a month and you're crying wolf now. You understand where I'm coming from? Let's stop playing these games, a lie on top of a lie, and the next lie. And once you start being a liar, it gets so good to you that you don't realize and don't even care and just keep doing it. You see, fool's game we are play. Fool's games. And this is the story. And once again, these same rehearsed lines, because if you apologizing to me, I don't want to hear the same apology that you use for everybody else, because I know it's not real. You see where I'm coming from? But this person tries so hard to brag up their channel, big up, but you can't get no man because you're looking for the wrong things. I don't care if you got, 3K supporters and you're making good money and YouTube is your main career and you got a house and a couple of cars and kids. You don't got no love. You don't got no love. And you can't just turn God on Sundays and then turn him off the rest of the week and do what you want to do. You have to stay steady. And I know that I'm not steady the way I should be. I mean, I don't drink, smoke, hurt anybody or anything bad, violent, but I know that I got to work on my salvation a lot better. So I don't come on here to be no phony Christian. I call it what it is and be truthful. But with these people, they're godly on Sundays, and then the rest of the week they're doing what they want to do that's not of God. And then they say, oh, I believe in, I got a relationship, and you're not. You're not. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying when you tell lies, people see right through it. Or you said something on a video 3 months ago and you don't remember, and now you're saying something different today, and I see that it was a lie. It make me feel uncomfortable. I have to step away for a minute, you guys. So hold tight. If you have to leave, I understand it. But I appreciate and love you all. God bless you and happy Easter. But I do have to step away for a minute. I've been in and out, and I had got caught up earlier. And by the time I came back, I think all you guys, the few that was here, had to go. You see how I'm doing it over here, just chilling back. What you got going on, Miss Patty? I enjoyed the conversation we had earlier too. Yep, I got the mic on. I'm trying to wait, wonder why I can't hear it. There we go. All right, we're back in. We're back on. Happy Thursday to you too. What's happening in your neck of the woods, sis? What you into, Patty? I really enjoy coming down here hanging out, y'all, 'cause it's really hard to find genuine people. And I've learned long time ago, sometimes it's better to have less. You know what I mean? Get you a nice, good, tight circle opposed to being with a whole bunch of folks all the time and just chill back. And I know that a lot of people are on here to clock some money and do business, so that does require a lot of supporters, and I wish them luck. But I'm on here for a totally different reason. And I just enjoy the few people that I have, and I appreciate them so much for being so dear and kind. But we got a lot of stuff going on here. That's why I keep saying that if we're going through all these struggles and trials and tribulations in our physical life, who's got time to be bothered with coming on YouTube or any type of platform and be bothered with a bunch of foolishness? I mean, because folks are going through some real tough stuff, like having a nasty boss, having a nasty supervisor. Some people are having problems with family members with drug addictions, and people are going through medical problems and struggles. Who got time to come on YouTube and be phony with complete strangers, even though God says we're all brothers and sisters, we just don't know each other. So why even bother come on YouTube and deal and hang around a bunch of people that mean you no good? You know what I'm saying? I really am not here to do that. I just want to have a nice time. And it's all right when people have disagreements and stuff, but shade is shade and phony is phony. So I feel like I ain't the one for it. I don't know if you left again, Patty. I'm trying to chat with you a little bit, but you might have had to pop in and pop out. I really appreciate your support. But you know what's going on. You're probably one of the main people that I can really talk to that really understands what I mean and where I'm coming from when it comes to stuff like this about the YT situation and life in general. You know what I mean? And like I said before, I got some folks that misunderstood the comment that I was making. Well, it wasn't a comment. It was something that I know that's real and true about the $1,000 situation. I think they misunderstand that because somebody was saying, "Well, that's not enough if you pay rent." And I think she meant like if you got somebody, a single parent, struggling with two kids, um that should be that's not enough. But to me, that $1,000 for three people, a woman and two little kids, that should be able to cover the food, because your other bills you can't use food stamps or EBTs or whatever with those. So you would have to spend cash, so that thousand still would be enough. But I just basically I'm just so glad to be able. That's why I like to have a small circle, even in my personal life, because sometimes when you have too many people popping up around you and stuff, it's too much. You know what I mean? And it's hard to find the right loyal people. And even me today, I was talking to a woman, and she was telling me that she had some folks that she thought was going to be her homies for life. And I know what that's like too, because I was down to two last main people that I thought would be friends that I took to the grave, and they just turned. And it was, I promise you, I'm not bragging or showing off or making up nothing, but it was nothing and no fault of my own. They just got with a different crowd and started, grown women too. I ain't talking about no tenderonis, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking about grown women that's in there 30s and 40s that, behaving like pure little girls and foolishness. And I decide that, I'm not going to fool with it. It's not meant for me. So I ain't going to do it. And I watched how they started rolling with their new crowd. And I just quietly stayed quiet and stopped returning phone calls. And like I said, one of them we've been friends with probably maybe, it could be maybe 20 years. And the other one probably a good maybe 10 years, 15. And it got silly and weird, and I just stopped. I didn't badmouth nobody or tell them. I just let it go, and I just stopped calling them. Holidays, all the things we have done, as friends over the years, I just cut it dry and left it. Just like on YT, I've only really had to go in, and block two people, and I had to get help with that because I didn't know how to use the block feature, and it's because they were yelling profanity and being disrespectful real bad and stockish. But for the rest of the people that I stopped dealing with on YT, I just stopped going to their channel, and I guess they felt, well, she's not supporting me, so I'm not going to support her, and that's how I got rid of a lot of people that weren't good for me. You know what I mean? Good company and a lot of problems. Also, I got some people that tried to throw dirt on my name on YouTube, and I promise you, I've lost some friends behind that. So out of me saying like about 300 people, I say 200 of those people I stopped dealing with myself, and then I got about 100 of them that kind of left me alone because they believed in what somebody else said or whatever lie they tried to put on me, and that ruined our friendship. But I feel that if somebody's really your friend and some type of drama like that goes down, and you know that that person your friend, you need to have a sit down with them just between y'all so you can get the truth of it instead of jumping to conclusions, because I don't do that. I'm not a follower either. If somebody say, "Oh, well, that girl over there, she ain't no good," or whatever, if I don't know that about the person, I'm not gonna treat them no kind of way. And I'm not gonna go and try to learn nothing the hard way. But I need to know myself because it's not right, especially with grown folks as old as we are. Come on now, folks getting out here old where they got hair, gray hair between their legs, men and women both, and still acting like a fool at a circus. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody got time for that. And like I said before, I'm about peace. I've always been a chill person throughout my whole life. I mean, I've been through a lot of stuff as a young person, with the way, my life and how it was, and a lot of it was no fault of my own. But at the same time, I've always tried to be that person that's been happy and okay the best I could, but I always seem like, when I've treated people well, they took that and ran over me. So it's been kind of hard, you know what I mean? But I still want to keep smiling and behaving myself and loving on folks and doing the right thing. I'm just not about that. I'm wired up differently, and I want to keep that going. And I thank you so much, Patty, for really I don't know how to explain it, but there's a lot of amazing people that I've met on YouTube that's really good friends and brothers and sisters and ride or die. And then there's certain ones like you that's really understand me. I really, it just feels so good. And I'm not saying others don't, but we have found this different type of foundation where we really rocking with each other in a way that is it warms me. It hugs my heart because you every time we talk, and it's not just because we agree about stuff, but it's right is right, wrong is wrong, and we just plainly say it. And even like when I be listening to you, you when you do your lives and stuff, you keep it real too about what it is. And you seem to be as grateful as I am when we are thanking our supporters and people that got your back and really mean it, not a rehearsed speech just to win people over, but to really be able to say, thank you for spending your time with me. I know everybody's busy. It's so nice of you to come by and hang out with me. I appreciate all of you and mean it, not just say it so they can keep coming or kissing up or faking the funk. Really mean it. And I'm looking at your video here, Patty. It's breakfast. And honey, does it look good? All the food looks good. Wow. Everything. Everything looks really good. And I just thank you for being that real stable person, girl. You can't call everybody ain't everybody. And even when you get on these YouTube streets, and you got a lot of good people, all the people ain't the same, and they can all be good people. You know what I'm saying? but they all ain't the same. You have different relationships. You treat everybody equal, but I'm just saying some people they understand you a little bit better than others, and then the ones that understand a little bit, they're still good people. It's just a different connection. And I'm serious about that. I don't play no games. I'm not here. And I know after you start getting to know somebody, whether you know them personally, physically, or not, or like with me, I'm not on camera. You can hear my heart and my personality by the way I speak. I honestly believe that. And then I know that people can sell you a dream on here and get on here and lie and pretend and stuff. But honey, I kind of deal with a pretty good judge of character, and I do my best to really say who I am and be who I am, and the rest is history. And that's what I forgot. I need to get me some other things here where I wanted to put up a live. Oh, you got some? If you're using it, yeah. Or you don't need it? Yeah, I was just telling the family member forgot to order some oatmeal, but they got some in there because I haven't ate oatmeal in a while. And I'm looking at one of your videos here, Patty, and you got the Quaker's oat, and I've been missing oatmeal, and you got it how to make oatmeal and toast. And now I've been wanting oatmeal. Now you making me solidify, and I got a family member here that got some oatmeal, so I might take that off their hands. I also am going to be making me some the Jamaican style. They call it cornmeal porridge. Oh boy, that is so good. Oh my gosh, it's so good. So more healthy and different selection. You know how if we're the type of person like to have, like I like, turkey bacon and eggs and toast. I also like to have bagels and things like that, but sometimes I like to change it up and stay in the breakfast family, even though I've had breakfast for dinner as well too. And I like to mix it up a little bit. So I've been having a taste for some oatmeal, and I'm watching how you making your oatmeal and toast. So this will give me an idea of a breakfast for tomorrow. Thank you, Patty. Great. I really enjoyed the soothingness of meeting wonderful people. It feels so good. And I know that we do need some people that are kind of turned up a little bit to give us, you know what I'm saying? To give us a little abrasion because, everything ain't always, laughy, laughy. And there's nothing wrong with having disagreements with people. But for the most part, just to come on and be cruel is not necessary. I definitely, really, really enjoy having this YouTube experience because it's something that I don't experience every day of my life because of the fact that my whole personal life is different from what I experience in my physical life, and then getting on YouTube and any other social media. You get what I'm saying? It's been absolutely amazing to come on here and enjoy so many people. I'm really, really happy about it and appreciative. I hope everybody's doing all right though and living their best life. That's all I wish for everybody, you guys. And I don't even reach out like this just to get something back or even just to be worried about your own family. I want to see everybody win. I really do. And a lot of us we do what we're supposed to do and make it to heaven. Hopefully we will meet again and know of each other. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of people that would really pair up well if they were around each other than how we have to reach out, on YouTube. If we knew each other, was a neighbor or a friend next door or something, you know what I'm saying? It would be a great experience. And I don't know if anybody's here, so I'm going to stop talking and I will be ending this live shortly. I just wanted to say hi because I seen you pop back through, Patty. I appreciate it, and I got even with me, I love to watch the people's videos, and enjoy the content. But sometimes I'll just let it run just so that they can get some if they're doing business on YouTube. But I do really like to watch, and I got a lot of people that have lives and even their videos that go for an hour or two, and I watch them faithfully through. And if I got to get up to go to the bathroom or something, I'll put it on pause because I'm watching it like it's a TV show because I enjoy the person, the people, and their content. I got y'all back, y'all. Believe me, I really do.
I know y'all can tell that by now, and I know a lot of y'all riding with me, and I thank you so dearly. So I'm going to be quiet for a while. There's not going to be any music. It's going to be silent for a minute. And if somebody pop back on, I'll come back and chat again. But Patty, I really thank you so much. And everybody that's came to the live, you guys are very appreciated. And you know what I'm going to do? Let me go and look at my list right quick. So, the people that came in the live and thank everybody again one by one. Excuse me. I may not be able to pronounce some of the channels, but I try my best, y'all. I can't go all the way up because it's too far up. Let me see if I can pop it out so I can say it to everybody. Let me see. Let me see what we got going on. What up in the building? And I got some stuff I need to do. I got a haul I need to do. Okay, well, let me see if it'll let me go to the very top because I didn't have many people, which is perfectly fine with me. All right. I'd like to shout out to the adorable Winsome H. Thank you so much for coming, sis. It's Joey's World. Thank you for coming. Patty's Kitchen Garden and more. Thank you for coming. What's happening? My brother Archie in the building. Thank you for stopping in. You're always appreciated and loved over here. All of you guys are. Let me keep going down here. Let me see. I got Patty again. I got Winsome again. I got It's Joey's World again. Thank you so much, Angela Critters, for coming. I appreciate you. Big up yourself. Mint at 60 with Jenny Chance. Thank you so much. Bless you, Jenny. Thank you, darling, for coming. Let me see who else I got here. All right, I can't say her name right. Oh boy. Okay, I see it. Shamika. Thank you so much for coming, Shamika. And for those that I missed or I had to cut out on, I promise you I apologize for that because that's not how I get down. But a lot of times I have, work, be working and set up a live or doing stuff around the house and I have to get off and on. And I apologize for that. I'd like to thank you, CP143. Como está, amiga? Que tú haces, nena? Thank you for coming and the Tech Hub. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping in. And then I have the Home Slice and Skillet Show. What's up, y'all? What's up, peeps? Thank you for stopping in. I really appreciate it. God bless all of you guys. And I'm wishing everybody an awesome Easter if you celebrate because I realize when I'm in the place, when I'm out and about, I be saying like Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas. And a lot of people get offended if they don't celebrate the certain holidays. So I always say so that nobody don't get mad or, turn it into nothing, negative. I always say, just like I said to this guy today, Happy Easter if you celebrate. And please remember what these holidays are for. It's not a fancy, phony get up and run to church in your best suit and brim hats and dresses and trying to perpetrate like you so this and that. You got to really believe in what you're standing for and why you're there and understand when he has risen when he rose again. We got to pay attention to that because a lot of us we kind of fall down on that and ain't. You know what I mean? It just be going down messy. And I try my best to make sure that I don't do that. That's why I keep saying I'm not saying to put myself down, but I know that I'm not where supposed to be, really, when it comes to my faith and my salvation. So why come on here and try to, hey, praise the Lord and all that, and then be swearing sometimes and being angry sometimes because I'm not all the way there. So I definitely don't want to perpetrate a fraud or fake the funk. You know what I mean? I want to, keep it real. I'm not there, but I do believe I am working on it and I'm not going to stop. And also, a lot of times when I make my mistakes, I do repent. So, God's giving me a chance to, square it up. But I don't want to be coming on here like I'm preaching a whole bunch of service and then, the next 5 minutes I'm cussing like a sailor and keep going backwards and forth. That's just not going to cut it for me. I really and truly am trying to, practice what I speak about, not preach, because I can't preach or judge nobody because I'm imperfect myself and it's not fair to treat people that way. So I definitely don't do that. But I do do my best in treating people equally and loving on everybody and trying my best to make sure that I to say pretty much who I am and how I'm living because I got a lot of folks that come on here and pull out a whole Bible and they're doing a lot of things. I'm not saying that you can't make mistakes and be forgiven by God, but it's a lot of perpetrating and fake stuff. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because you can get on here and say all you want to people, but you got to answer to God when you do things like that in that kind of way. You got to be careful. You know what I mean? get where I'm coming from? A lot of folks do that, and that's when you block your blessings because you're not being truthful, and then you end up getting on there putting on the Ritz. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, you lie to me, you lie to yourself, but most of all, you're lying to God, and that's really where it's gonna come down on you, brimstone. You feel me? It does not need to do that. It's not needed to do that. Just keep it real and stay in your lane. You don't have nothing to prove, but when you're out here perpetrating and carrying on, we make a lot of mistakes. It's gonna come back on you. So keep that in mind when you're out here trying to make sure somebody's seen that you were in church or you had the best suit on in church. None of that stuff matters. That's not even what we go to church for. We go to church because we want to serve the Lord and the fellowship. You know what I mean? And me right now, I honestly can tell you with no shame in being truthful, I don't attend no church because there hasn't been any of the right places for me to go. And I don't play games. I'm not going to sit up with a bunch of faking it and pretending and bowing and laughing and kikiing, and I know that I'm not in the right place, and this places may not even be anointed. God may not even be in here, and I'm sitting here flipping out and bugging out. I ain't gonna do that. It's not the right kind of thing to do. And when you start trying to go to any church or Bible study, you have to know God for yourself before you join any kind of congregation, because you get yourself caught up and be really marching for the devil and don't even know it. You know what I mean? Let's really take this serious. You know what I'm saying? I hope everybody's well, though. And like I said, live your best life. Watch yourself. Got to know better than what you're doing. Because if not, it'll catch you on that backside and you'll be somewhere alone, stressed out, trying to figure out how to get out of this. Because now I got to answer to God for something I did. You know what I'm trying to say? Y'all know what it is. Y'all know exactly what it is. This is why I don't play the game. I just try my best to, keep it copacetic and behave myself, because you play these games and you end up having to answer for it later, and then you don't know how to get out of it. And it also, that kind of acting a fool out here blocks your blessings as well when you do a lot of that negative stuff. People don't realize, I always say it, and you will always hear me say it, life is like a boomerang. What you put out is what you get back. And that's the truth. Oh, I'm looking over here, part two of my oatmeal and cornmeal. That's what I'm going to be making tomorrow or later on. I'm going to be making probably tomorrow some oatmeal, because Patty got me encouraged. I've been thinking about oatmeal, and I've been bought me some cornmeal to make me some cornmeal porridge, but I haven't done it as yet. Now I'm watching one of Winsome's, the adorable one. I'm watching one of her videos, and she got me wanting to make it now. And she's doing, isn't that interesting? She's doing oatmeal and cornmeal. And I'm doing one day oatmeal and the next time cornmeal porridge. I'm not gonna hold you guys too long. We're gonna soon lock off the live. But I don't know how to explain it, because it seemed like every time I meet some of the nice people that's coming on, the real deal people that want to chat it up with me, I always end up having to do something in the background or get busy and caught up. And I hate that I miss the good people that I really want to spend quality time with and enjoy. It makes me have to tear away, and I hate to do that. I see she made this here. And I hope you guys are well. And I know there's probably nobody here, so I'm just talking on, and that's okay too. I'm going to lock the live down now, because I think who all is going to come by. It's done for now. I thank you guys so much for your time. I'm trying to just let it run a little bit, or I might shut it down and make it come back again. But I thank you guys so much for being here. Blessings to you guys and your family. And if I don't chat with any of you guys before it comes, I'm wishing everybody an amazing super life period and a happy Easter. Bless up yourselves. Big up Uno for self. One love, one God. Thank you guys. Not being phony with the Christian stuff and none of that. I'm just talking to you how I get down on my side of town. Bye for now.